Hey guys, tonight we step barefoot onto the soft, dew-kissed soil of a Hawaiian island, sometime in the mid-1800s, just as the sun slips behind the waving palms and the air turns thick with the scent of plumeria. You hear the ocean sigh somewhere in the distance, and the night is alive with chirps, rustles, and a hum that makes your skin prickle. Not the romantic kind of hum. This one's the prelude to a bite. A mosquito bite. You slap your arm, too late. Welcome to paradise. You're in Hawaii at a time when the land is still saturated with mana, the spiritual energy woven into every rock, tree, and breeze. It's lush, it's sacred, it's stunning, and it's just been invaded by one of the smallest, most annoying creatures on Earth. And no, you probably won't survive this. Not because of pirates or volcanoes, but because you're about to get chewed alive by something roughly the size of a sesame seed with a personal vendetta. So, before you get comfortable, take a moment to like the video and subscribe, but only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. And while you're at it, drop your location and the local time in the comments. I love seeing where and when you're tuning in from. Now, dim the lights, maybe turn on a fan for that soft background hum, and let's ease into tonight's journey together. The air wraps around you like a warm lie, sweet, damp, and heavy with life. You step through ferns taller than your shoulders, past low stone walls and thatched roofs, into a world where every footstep is greeted by birdsong and the occasional pig snort from the underbrush. It feels untouched, wild, but something new has arrived, something that doesn't belong here. You hear it first, soft, sharp, and unmistakable. That high-pitched whine near your ear, you flinch, then another, and then a sting on the back of your neck, you scratch. Welcome to mosquito country. Except this isn't mosquito country, not originally. See, mosquitoes weren't native to Hawaii. For centuries, the island sat blissfully unbitten. No buzzing clouds over taro patches. No itchy, welts-ruining beach naps. But then came the ships, European and American vessels, bringing livestock, cargo, missionaries, and, tucked into water casks and bilge water, mosquito larvae. Historians still argue whether the first invaders came in the 1820s or the 1830s, but by the 1840s, they were here to stay. Specifically, Culex quinquefasciatus, also known as the southern house mosquito, the kind that loves warm climates and nighttime feasts. And because Hawaii's native birds and humans had no evolutionary history with these insects, it was like an all-you-can-eat buffet with no resistance. It wasn't just annoying, it was disruptive. Imagine being a taro farmer, standing knee-deep in water, swatting constantly while trying to tend your crop. Imagine dancers at an evening hula, trying to stay graceful as bugs dive-bomb their limbs. Imagine sleeping in a grass hut, waking with your face swollen from bites. People noticed, fast. And unlike the mainland, where people had centuries to develop screens, sprays, and curses creative enough to make a sailor blush, Hawaiians had to figure it out fast. Their ancestors hadn't left mosquito fighting wisdom behind because, well, there hadn't been anything to fight. So now they had to improvise. You duck into a hail, a traditional house with woven walls and a low roof, the air inside cooler, but still thick with the scent of dried grasses and sea salt. A family is gathered here, swatting lazily with fronds, a baby cradled in a blanket of copper cloth. They're annoyed, yes, but they're also already adapting. Because if there's one thing Hawaiians knew well, it was plants, and they're about to declare war on mosquitoes, with flowers. You step back outside into the twilight buzz. The mosquitoes are everywhere now, and your legs are starting to look like a buffet. But then you notice something. An older woman is walking along the edge of a garden, plucking something from the bushes, delicate clusters of white and yellow blooms. She strings them into a lei, her fingers moving with practiced rhythm. She doesn't say much, but she hangs the lei over her head, letting it rest near her shoulders. After a moment you realize, she's not being bitten. Not like you are, anyway. That lei, it's not just for decoration, it's armor. Hawaiians quickly realized that some flowers, especially those with strong fragrances, seemed to discourage mosquitoes. They'd already used plants for healing, for ceremony, for storytelling. Why not for pest control? It wasn't long before certain blooms became known not just for their beauty, but for their ability to keep biting insects at bay. This wasn't science, not yet, it was observation, trial and error, a mix of ancestral wisdom and island intuition. And it worked, at least well enough to give some relief. Here's a quirky tidbit. Some early Western visitors to the islands wrote in their journals about perfumed garlands that locals wore not just for welcome ceremonies, but for keeping the air sweet in warm, buggy areas. They didn't connect the dots, but the Hawaiians had. Of course, not all flowers worked, and not everyone agreed on which ones helped most. Historians still argue whether it was the oils, the pollen, or just the sheer volume of scent that did the trick. But the message was clear: if you were going to step outside, it was better to do so adorned with something that bloomed. And so, you start to notice it everywhere. Lice made with specific blossoms, flowers tucked behind ears, leaves crushed and rubbed on skin, plants hung in doorways or burned in small piles at twilight, a whole floral ecosystem of defense. You follow a trail down to a low pond where a young man is tending to taro. He has a bundle of leaves tucked into his waistband and a garland across his shoulders, petals stained with sweat. He swats less than you do, way less. He looks up, smiles. The flowers help, he says, like it's the simplest thing in the world. And maybe it is. Maybe the best solutions don't come in bottles or buzz from machines. Maybe they grow on stalks, bloom in sun, and smell like heaven, even while they're driving mosquitoes away. You sit down beside the pond, tuck a flower behind your ear, and for the first time since you stepped into this tropical dreamscape, your skin stops itching. You sit by the taro pond just a little longer, letting the scent of crushed petals and damp earth soak into your senses. The breeze is warm, and the flowers tucked behind your ear seem to be doing their quiet little job. No bites, no buzzing, just the soft hum of frogs and the occasional plop of a fish surfacing. But you're curious now. You want to know how this all started. How a paradise like Hawaii ended up with a mosquito problem worthy of its own bedtime story. So you stand, stretch your legs, and follow the sound of waves crashing against a nearby cove. The sky's deepening toward indigo, and the stars are beginning to blink awake, one by one. You pass a cluster of canoes pulled up onto the beach, and a small group of fishermen sharing a calabash of food. One of them waves you over. As you sit, he points out to the dark horizon, where the outline of a tall masted ship once would have loomed. That's where they came from, he says, those little blood thieves. He means the mosquitoes. They weren't part of the islands before. For centuries, Hawaiians lived without them. No need for nets, no need for repellents, no reason to slap yourself silly during a sunset stroll. Then came the ships, trading vessels, whaling boats, missionaries, and military men. All of them sailing from places where mosquitoes were old news. And in their barrels of stagnant water, in the damp corners of their holds, larval stowaways hitched a ride. Historians still argue over the exact year the first mosquitoes arrived. Some point to 1826, when the American brig Wellington docked and likely spilled its mosquito cargo near Lahaina. Others believe it was earlier, perhaps from Spanish galleons passing through Pacific routes. But by the 1830s, Hawaiians were scratching in places they never had before. And these weren't just random bugs. The main culprit was Culex quinquefasciatus, the southern house mosquito, a species that thrives in warm, stagnant water and prefers to snack during the night, just as you're trying to fall asleep under your palm-thatched roof. Charming. The early outbreaks were small, annoying, sure, but manageable. People noticed more bites, more swelling, more nighttime buzzing. But then the population exploded. The perfect storm was already brewing, coastal towns growing, more freshwater pools forming from irrigation and agriculture, and no natural predators to keep the mosquitoes in check. You imagine a local family in the 1840s, sitting around their hail after a long day of work. The children are cranky. The parents are swatting. The air is thick with frustration. And outside, somewhere in the shadows, clouds of mosquitoes gather like an invading army. That's when the flowers start to matter. But back then, it wasn't just about flowers. The first reaction was confusion. These bugs didn't match anything in the native world. They weren't like the biting midges or occasional harmless gnats that Hawaiians were used to. These were persistent. They followed you into bed, into the forest, even into the ocean shallows. People started calling them by new names, words that didn't exist a generation before, words that sounded like annoyance. You wander toward a small village now, nestled between palms and lava rock outcrops. A group of elders sits in a circle, weaving mats and talking in low, measured tones. One of them gestures to a bowl of water sitting beside her, covered with leaves. You peek in. No lava. The leaves are kaf, to leaves, known for their spiritual protection, but also now used to cover water containers and prevent mosquitoes from laying eggs. It's a small detail, but it says a lot. Hawaiians were adapting. Some turned to smoke, burning certain woods or dried herbs in the evenings. Others began experimenting with oils from cuckoo nuts and sandalwood. Still others watched the plants that seemed to repel bugs naturally and began wearing them, weaving them, planting them near doorways. It wasn't a centralized effort. There was no department of mosquito affairs, but through generations of observation and communal memory, Hawaiians began forming a kind of botanical shield, and flowers, those beautiful, fragrant, culturally sacred blooms, became the center of it. Here's a quirky tidbit. One early Western visitor described how some Hawaiian women wore lies not just on their heads or around their necks, but tied at the ankles and wrists. Elegant, yes, but also strategic. The wrists and ankles are prime mosquito real estate, and those lies were more than accessories, they were armor. Still, it wasn't always enough. You visit a small taro patch on the edge of the village, where a woman is working barefoot in the paddies. She's covered in fragrant leaves, a lie around her neck, another twisted into her hair. She's smiling, but her legs are speckled with fresh bites. Some days, she says, the flowers win. Some days, the mosquitoes do. By now, the islands are changing. The population is growing. Missionaries are building schools and churches. Traders are setting up shops. And with every barrel of rainwater, every livestock trough, every irrigation ditch, the mosquitoes multiply. You walk past a church bell ring and into a small garden surrounded by lava rock. It's filled with flowering bushes, sandalwood, tau haikalaiwa, tai and pakanakini. Not just planted for beauty, but for defense. The blossoms sway in the evening breeze, and you catch their scent, rich, earthy, slightly spicy. You can imagine how that aroma might confuse or repel a bug's delicate senses. Historians still debate whether the floral methods were truly effective or just comforting. Some argue the flowers masked scent, others that they disrupted mosquito flight. But regardless of the science, the people believed. And when you're being bitten under a moonlit sky, sometimes belief is enough. You sit on a stone bench in the garden and close your eyes. The flowers rustle softly. A dog barks in the distance. And for a moment, there's no buzzing, no whining. Just the scent of petals and the hush of night. You think about how quickly something can become part of a culture. How a foreign insect can change the way people weave, plant, and sleep. And how flowers, simple, silent, blooming things, can become weapons in a battle you never meant to fight. You wake to the smell of damp earth and crushed petals, the kind of scent that clings to your skin and stays in your clothes long after you've left the garden. Birds sing somewhere above you, and the sky is a soft grey pink. The kind of morning light that feels like it hasn't quite decided what it wants to be yet. You stretch, brush a fallen blossom from your lap, and start walking back toward the village, barefoot on the cool path. The mosquitoes are already back. You hear that high-pitched whine like an itch before it even lands. One lands on your arm, elegant and evil, and you slap it instinctively. The battle continues. But this morning, you're not just here to swat, you're here to understand. Because for Hawaiians in the 19th century, this wasn't just a nuisance, it was a spiritual disruption, a challenge to the balance they'd always known. You pass a stone heiau, a sacred temple site, where offerings of flowers and food still rest on the lava rock altar. It's quiet here, solemn. You feel it in your chest like a weight and a warmth at once. The land is alive. Everything has mana, the spiritual essence that flows through people, plants, animals, stones, even the wind. And that includes, unfortunately, mosquitoes. When the biting began, it wasn't just a physical irritation, it was a metaphysical one. The newcomers weren't just insects, they were out of place, out of rhythm, and they threw the harmony of the land into question. Some Hawaiians believed the mosquitoes were a sign, an omen, a warning, or perhaps a test. Historians still argue whether early Hawaiian spiritual practices adapted directly in response to mosquitoes, or if the interpretations came later, as oral histories were passed down. But what's clear is this: when something disrupted daily life, especially something as persistent as a blood-sucking insect, it wasn't ignored. It was woven into the spiritual and cultural fabric. You sit near a grove of kukui trees, their silvery leaves catching the morning light. A kupuna, a respected elder, sits nearby, stringing cuckoo nuts into a lei. She hums softly, a tune older than the dirt beneath your feet. You ask her about the mosquitoes, and she smiles without looking up. "They don't belong here," she says. "But they came, so we listen." And listening, in this context, doesn't mean tuning in for the buzz. It means watching the land, the animals, the wind. It means noticing which plants seemed to repel the insects, which areas were worst at dusk, which flowers bloomed with a scent strong enough to mask your presence. It means respecting that the land always tells you something, if you're patient enough to hear it. You follow her gaze to a trio of children playing nearby, each with a crown of leaves and flowers, not just for fun but for function. They're wearing lai palaua, made with fragrant blooms and strong scented greens. The kids are laughing, mostly unbothered, even as you find yourself swatting again. You're beginning to see it now. Mosquito defense wasn't just a task, it was a practice, a ritual, a dance of scent, sound, and spirit. You head down a narrow trail toward a freshwater spring, where people are gathering water in wooden gourds. Near the banks, bundles of herbs hang from branches, kei, palapalai fern, and puahalo, the wild ginger. You reach out to touch one, and your fingers come away sticky with natural oils. This isn't random. The plants chosen here weren't just beautiful or convenient. They were believed to carry mana, and also, conveniently, to make mosquitoes turn the other way. Some were rubbed directly on the skin, others were worn. Still others were burned in small bundles, their smoke curling through the air like a shield. Here's a quirky tidbit. Some families developed their own mosquito recipes, combining crushed leaves, flower oils, and even charcoal into pastes or salves. They stored them in gourds or wrapped them in tea leaves to carry on journeys. One family might swear by sandalwood and ginger root. Another preferred kilina, Hawaiian turmeric, mixed with coconut oil. It was part medicine, part magic, and entirely theirs. You sit by the spring and watch a young woman carefully rubbing her arms with crushed blossoms. She works slowly, deliberately, almost like she's painting herself with protection. You ask her what she's using. Pea cake, she says, holding up the small white jasmine flower. Smells good. Keeps them away. You lean in. The scent is sharp, sweet, almost dizzying. You can see how it might confuse a mosquito's tiny senses. You rub a few petals between your palms and press the oil into your skin. It feels cool and calming. The mosquitoes hesitate. As you walk back toward the village, you pass a small hale where a family is preparing for a baby's arrival. The mother sits in the shade, surrounded by women weaving a lie for the newborn, not just for beauty, but for protection. The oldest woman dips her fingers in a bowl of flower oil and makes a mark on the doorway. A symbol, a blessing, a boundary. You're beginning to understand that for 19th century Hawaiians, mosquitoes weren't just fought. They were respected, in the way you might respect a trickster god. Not welcomed, not adored, but acknowledged and countered with intention. Historians still debate whether the spiritual adaptations to mosquito invasion were universal or specific to certain islands and lineages. But across the archipelago, a pattern emerged. When something invaded the body, it also invaded the spirit, and the response had to come from both places. You sit beneath a breadfruit tree now, the shade dappling your arms, the dried petals of pea cake still clinging to your wrists. The air is quieter here, less whiny. You breathe in the scent of the land, floral, earthy, sharp. A scent shaped by centuries of reverence, and by a century of necessity. And maybe now, when you hear that faint mosquito whine in your ear, you won't just swat. Maybe you'll reach for a flower. Maybe you'll listen. Because in this place, even the smallest threat is met with beauty. You're walking now through a patch of forest that feels like a secret. Dappled light filtering through the canopy, scent of damp bark, and wild ginger curling in the air. Every step you take presses down soft leaves, and somewhere nearby, a stream babbles like it forgot how to be quiet. You pause beside a grove of blooming shrubs, and there it is again, a cluster of petals the color of sunrise. The kind of flower that doesn't just look good, it does good. This is where things start to get really interesting. You've seen flowers worn for ceremony, for celebration, for scent. But now, you begin to notice how many of them were also worn strategically. Because when it came to repelling mosquitoes, Hawaiians didn't just rely on luck or hope. They built defenses out of blossoms. You crouch beside a bush of puakala, the Hawaiian poppy. Its petals are fragile, but its smell is sharp, almost medicinal. Just behind it, puekenekini, the 10-cent flower, with its creamy star-shaped blooms that turn from pale yellow to deep orange as they age. The scent is rich, almost heady. You pluck one and press it under your nose. It's easy to see how this would mask your scent from a hungry insect. Many native and introduced flowers, especially the ones with strong oils, became favorites in this quiet war. Pea cake jasmine, male Mokihaina elima, and even sandalwood were used in lyes or crushed to release their fragrance. The point wasn't to fight the mosquito directly. It was to confuse it, overwhelm its senses, make it harder for the little bloodsucker to find you in the first place. Historians still argue whether these floral methods were truly effective in the way we understand repellents today. Was it the chemical compound of the oils, the sheer volume of competing scents, or maybe just the fact that many of these plants grew in areas with fewer mosquitoes to begin with? But while the experts debate, you look around and realize something simpler, it worked enough. You pass a group of K-puna weaving lies beneath a hala tree. Their fingers are fast and sure, threading petals and leaves into garlands that aren't just decorative, they're defensive. One woman laughs at your bitten legs and waves you over. You forgot your flower shield, she teases, and drapes a lie of mokihana berries around your neck. The scent is citrusy and sharp, almost peppery. You breathe it in and feel instantly less like a walking buffet. Here's a quirky tidbit: mokihana berries were traditionally used in lies for weddings and hula, but they also had a reputation for keeping bugs at bay. When crushed, they release coumarin, a compound found in many modern repellents. Hawaiians didn't know the chemistry behind it, but their noses knew what worked. You start to see the logic behind the choices. Pea cake for sweet, strong scent, agalima for its dense, velvety petals that held oils well, male for its vine-like strength and subtle, earthy aroma. Sandalwood, once so abundant it perfumed entire forests, was burned or worn to ward off pests and bad energy alike. And the flowers weren't just worn. They were hung in doorways, laid across sleeping mats, tucked into bundles of clothing. You pass a hail where strands of dried petals dangle from the rafters, turning slowly in the breeze. Decoration. Sure, but also a fragrant net, a soft, scented trap to keep the bugs away. You duck inside a small house and find a young mother fanning her baby with a bunch of Thai leaves. The child is wrapped in a kapa cloth lined with crushed petals. The air smells like pua kenakini and sandalwood smoke. The baby sleeps peacefully, unbitten. You raise your eyebrows, impressed. The mother grins. Flowers are stronger than they look. You believe her. And it wasn't just personal protection. The flowers were part of the home, the gathering space, the entire environment. Some families planted specific shrubs around their hail, not for food or beauty, though they got both, but to create an aromatic moat. Fragrant hedges of mock orange, gardenia, and Tahitian ginger lined courtyards, while hanging baskets of tuberose and plumeria swung near entryways. You step into one of those courtyards now, and the scent hits you like a wall. Sweet, spicy, heady. It's overwhelming in the best way. You can barely hear the mosquitoes anymore, and when one does buzz past your ear, it veers off like it got distracted by a better offer. That's the thing about flowers. They're not just pretty, they're persuasive. And here's the part that might surprise you. This wasn't done in a rushed, frantic way. It wasn't a desperate scramble to fight off some alien invader. It was graceful, deliberate, integrated. You sit beside a stone path, watching a girl gather blooms into a woven basket. She's not in a hurry. She hums as she picks, choosing each flower like she's selecting notes for a song. There's no panic here, just rhythm. You realize you're watching a tradition in motion, a response to a problem that became a part of the culture without losing its beauty. Historians sometimes overlook this kind of resilience. It doesn't make big headlines. No battles, no proclamations, just petals. But in the quiet corners of the islands, it meant everything. You close your eyes and breathe in the garden around you. The air feels heavier now, but in a good way, thick with scent, with memory, with intention. No coils, no sprays, just flowers doing their ancient, fragrant duty. And as the sun begins to dip behind the trees, casting golden light across the blossoms, you think to yourself, maybe this is what defense can look like, not brute force, not chemicals, just beauty used wisely. The sun is sinking now, and the light is that golden kind that makes every leaf look like it's been dipped in honey. You walk slowly along a path lined with volcanic stones, the flowers still clinging to your skin in scent, if not in color. The lee you've been wearing is starting to wilt, petals softening, but the fragrance remains strong. That's important, because dusk is when the real battle begins. This is mosquito prime time. You stop beside a small cooking fire, where a few women are fanning smoke with woven palm fronds. The scent isn't just wood and ash, it's flowers, crushed petals, dried leaves, even bits of bark. The smoke curls upward in spirals, fragrant and strangely calming. But there's more to it than ambience. This is strategy. Because when the sun drops and the cool air rises, mosquitoes come out in full force, and Hawaiian ingenuity kicks up a notch. You kneel beside the fire and watch one woman toss in a handful of dried pu'aikala petals, followed by some ialea salt and a twist of sandalwood bark. She waves the smoke toward the open door of her hail. It's not accidental. It's targeted. Burning flowers and herbs wasn't just about scent. It was about smoke. Specifically, smoke that repelled bugs, while still being gentle enough to use near children, near food, near sleep. Historians still argue whether the chemical compounds in these plants actually repelled mosquitoes or if the smoke simply masked human scent. But the result was the same: fewer bites, better sleep, and a home that smelled like a dream. You join in, helping feed the fire with a bundle of dried ginger leaves. The smoke shifts. Your nose wrinkles for a moment. But then, miraculously, the buzzing stops. You look around. No one's swatting. Even the dog curled up near the fire seems relaxed. Here's a quirky tidbit. Some families had their own smoke recipes, passed down like heirlooms. Dried heigailewa blossoms for strength, crushed cuckoo nut for longevity, a twist of palapalai fern for sweetness. Each blend had not just a scent, but a story. And it wasn't just about burning things. Some folks would hang dried flower bundles above doorways, letting the heat of the day activate the scent. Others would stuff small sachets with crushed petals and hang them from rafters like sleepy little guardians. The home smelled incredible and functioned like natural bug zappers. Very polite floral bug zappers. You walk into one such house now, duck in under a low-thatched roof. The air inside is soft and smoky. A bundle of pea hydrant cake and mokihana hangs above the sleeping mat, and next to it, a wooden bowl filled with flower ashes. A child is already asleep inside. Limbs sprawled, face peaceful. Not a bite in sight. You sit near the doorway and watch the smoke drift toward the ceiling. It's rhythmic, almost like it's breathing. You get the sense that this isn't just about comfort. It's about respect. For the land, for tradition, and yes, even for the bugs. Because while mosquitoes were invaders, the Hawaiian response was never about destruction. It was about balance. Repel, don't annihilate. Redirect, don't rage. You don't fight fire with fire here. You fight it with flowers and patience. You step back outside, and the air is thick with scent male ginger, a hint of citrusy mokihana. The garden around you glows gold, and a few other fires flicker in the distance, each one its own little smoke signal of defense. You pass a group of boys playing near a tree stump, each with a flower tucked behind one ear, and a smudge of ash on their cheeks. One of them has a bundle of dried leaves tied to the end of a stick, waving it like a torch to ward off imaginary mosquito armies. You smile. Strategy meets play. You keep walking, and now you notice how many homes have flower bundles tied to the eaves. Some are fresh, bright yellow ialima and white pukenekini, while others have dried into papery ghosts of their former selves. But even the dried ones retain their scent, their purpose. They mark the home as lived in, cared for, protected. And in the evenings, when the mosquitoes rise and the air goes still, the flowers go to work. You pause at a small shrine near the edge of the village. A stone platform with offerings of fruit, shells, and, of course, flowers. The blossoms are carefully arranged, some fresh, some singed at the edges from earlier fires. You realize that even here, in sacred spaces, the repellent power of plants was acknowledged. Not as a separate practice, but as part of daily life. Spirituality didn't stop at the altar. It flowed through the hearth, the garden, the very air you breathe. Here's where it hits you. Hawaiians didn't create a special anti-mosquito ritual. They wove the fight into what already existed. Into lease, into gardens, into prayer. Into this moment where you sit, wrapped in scent and smoke, and maybe, just maybe, not itching. Historians love to classify things. Ritual versus medicine. Science versus faith. But in this place, those lines blur. You can't tell where beauty ends and usefulness begins. You just know it works. As the stars begin to emerge, you lie back on a woven mat near the fire. Someone hands you a new lei, this one made of tightly clustered tuberose and male. The scent is strong, but pleasant. You drape it across your chest and close your eyes. The smoke curls over you like a blanket. The flowers rest like shields. The mosquitoes, for now, keep their distance. And you think maybe this is how you win a war without lifting a sword. Maybe you just light a fire, crush a petal, and let the flowers do the rest. The night is deep now, the sky above you ink black and scattered with stars that seem impossibly close. You can hear the hiss of the ocean in the distance, and the occasional rustle of leaves as the wind slips through the trees like a whisper. The fire has burned low beside you, its smoke still curling lazily into the air, carrying the scent of dried ginger and puakala. You shift slightly on your woven mat, the lie across your chest still fragrant, still doing its quiet work. It's peaceful, but not just by accident, because tonight you're wrapped in something more than just comfort. You're wrapped in intention. Every flower, every leaf, every smoky trace in the air has been placed, chosen, worn for a reason. And as you glance around at the other sleeping forms, heads resting on bundled copper, arms draped in petal-stained cloth, you realize something. The lie isn't just a symbol of welcome or love. Not here. Not now. It's a shield. You rise quietly, stepping carefully across the packed dirt floor of the hail. Outside, the moon is rising, casting silver light across the village. You walk past homes with lies hung across doorframes, bundles of dried blossoms hanging like garlands of protection. It's beautiful, and it's practical. You crouch beside a low stone bench where someone has laid out a fresh lie of ikalima and pi cake. The flowers are still dewy, their scent sharp and sweet. You lift it gently, feel the weight of it, not just in petals but in purpose. This isn't just decoration, this is defense. The lei, in traditional Hawaiian culture, is saturated with meaning. It's a gesture of aloha, a gift of connection, a tribute to the sacred. But in the 19th century, when mosquitoes began to make their unwelcome presence known, the lei took on a new role. It became armor. Historians still argue whether the mosquito-repelling function of lies was ever officially codified in oral histories or simply grew out of necessity. But either way, the practice emerged strong-scented flowers, tightly woven, worn around the neck, wrists, ankles, even tucked into hair or behind ears. The more surface area covered, the better. You pass a group of women sitting beneath a hala tree, weaving lice by moonlight. Their fingers move swiftly, threading puakenakini, mokihana berries, and strands of mail into long, fragrant cords. One of them hands you a bundle to try. You fumble at first. Flower stems are slipperier than they look, but eventually you find a rhythm. She laughs softly, not too tight. The flowers need to breathe. You think about that. How the lei is both protection and beauty, both shield and symbol. It's not just about keeping mosquitoes away. It's about doing it with grace. Here's a quirky tidbit: some leaves were woven in double or triple strands, not for fashion, but for functionality. More flowers meant more scent meant fewer bites. And in a time before citronella candles and DEET sprays, that mattered. Children wore them to sleep. Farmers wore them in the fields. Dancers wore them at twilight ceremonies. Even warriors, on long journeys through wet forests, would carry crushed flowers in satchels or pressed between layers of copper. You watch as an older woman pulls a small clay pot from behind her, filled with oil infused with crushed sandalwood and ginger. She gently brushes it onto the finished lies, locking in the scent. It's like a homemade perfume, but one that also says, "Not today, mosquito." You sling your half-finished lei over your arm and walk toward the ocean. The breeze is stronger here, carrying the salt and the scent of the flowers you've just left behind. You see someone standing at the shore, tall, with a lei draped over each shoulder, staring out at the moonlit waves. It's the alake, the local chief. Even royalty had to deal with mosquitoes. You nod respectfully, and he nods back. His lies aren't just ceremonial, they're strategic. Pi cake male, and a rare bloom you don't recognize. Regal and repellent. You notice a servant nearby holding a small bundle of smoldering herbs, fanning the smoke around the air near the alake's head. Even the powerful need help with the small things. You walk back toward the village, passing a row of sleeping children, each with a lei coiled beside their heads like a soft, fragrant snake. Some have anklets made of flowers. One little girl has blossoms tucked gently into her braids. It's quiet, peaceful. And you realize something else: the lei isn't just protection for the body. It's comfort for the spirit, a soft reminder that even in a world where tiny flying vampires have invaded paradise, beauty still holds power. You kneel beside your mat again, your hands now sticky with flower oils, your clothes dusted with petals. You finish your lei, drape it over your neck, and lie back. Historians may squabble over the effectiveness of these methods, but you're living it. And the air around you smells like a perfumed fortress. The mosquitoes don't stand a chance. You wake before the sun does, the sky still a deep blue grey, soft as velvet. The air is cool, filled with the scent of night flowers and the faintest trace of smoke. Around you, the village is quiet. just the rustle of palm fronds and the gentle breathing of those still asleep. You sit up slowly, your lei slightly wilted but still fragrant, and stretch toward the dim horizon. Then you hear it, sesesha, a soft sizzle from a fire being rekindled. Someone's already up. You follow the sound toward a small clearing at the edge of the village, where a man is crouched beside a pile of dried leaves and petals. He tosses in a bundle of palapalai fern, then a twist of mokihana, and finally a handful of dried ginger root. The fire flares and the smoke rises almost immediately, thick, fragrant, purposeful. You sit beside him, nodding in greeting. He doesn't say much, just gestures for you to try. You pick up a small bundle of puakala and sandalwood bark, bound tightly with leaf. You toss it in. The flames leap and the smoke curls outward in rings. This is no ordinary bonfire. This is a burning ritual. In 19th century Hawaii, when the mosquitoes came, the people didn't just wear flowers, they burned them. Crushed, dried, bundled, and lit with care, these floral smokescreens became a vital part of daily life. Morning and evening, small fires were lit at the edges of homes, near sleeping mats, beside gardens and water sources. The scent wasn't just pleasant, it was protective. Historians still argue whether these burning practices were primarily ceremonial or entirely practical. But the truth, as always, is layered. In Hawaiian culture, fire was sacred. Smoke was a messenger. It purified, it protected, it carried prayers. And now it carried a message to mosquitoes not today. You glance around the clearing and notice that the smoke isn't just drifting randomly. The man is fanning it with a woven frond, sending it toward the sleeping houses. Strategic, intentional. You can't help but admire the elegance of it all. No sprays, no chemicals, just fire, scent, and rhythm. Here's a quirky tidbit. Some families would pass down their own flower-burning recipes like secret spells. Auntie's mix of dried plumeria, hibiscus bark, and a touch of alina root. Legendary. Uncle's double-wrapped mokihana bundles with a hint of salt. Almost too strong, but undeniably effective. These blends weren't just practical. They were personal. They smelled like family. You rise and walk toward the center of the village as the first light of sunrise brushes the tops of the coconut trees. You notice thin trails of smoke wafting from doorways and garden edges. It's like the entire village is exiling together. A collective defense. One woman steps outside her hail, carrying a clay bowl filled with smoldering petals. She walks slowly around her home, trailing smoke like a protective circle. She hums as she moves. And the song isn't just for her. It's for the land, the sky, the unseen things that buzz and bite. You follow her lead, helping to relight a bundle that's gone dim. The smell of burning puakenakini and dried to fills your lungs. It's sweet, earthy, a little spicy, and oddly comforting. Like wrapping yourself in a memory you didn't know you had. You begin to notice that this ritual isn't just about keeping bugs away. It's about preparing the day, about setting intention, about waking the body and the spirit in tandem. The smoke doesn't just cleanse the air, it calms the mind. You sit with a small group of elders near the taro patch, each of them holding a different bundle of dried plant matter. They light them slowly, one by one, and let the smoke drift over the loci, the irrigated fields. It's not just for the farmers. It's for the water, the plants, the insects that linger in the reeds. Everything is connected here. Nothing is wasted. One elder turns to you and says, "The flowers speak louder when they burn." Then she smiles, revealing deep creases like folded kapa cloth. You nod, unsure what to say, but you feel it too. That strange power in the smoke. It's not violent. It's not harsh. It's subtle, like a whispered warning. You help collect more dried petals, placing them into a woven basket. Some are crumbled from yesterday's lice, others gathered from trees and bushes that bloom at night. Nothing goes unused. Even the spent flowers serve a purpose. And it's not just the villages. Out in the fields, fishermen light small fires near their canoes before they head to the reef, letting the smoke roll over them as a kind of armor. In the forests, hunters carry smudged bundles, lighting them before stepping into the underbrush. Even travelers passing between islands are offered small packets of dried floral powder to sprinkle on coals or carry in a neck pouch. You sit beside the fire again as the sun breaks fully over the horizon. The mosquito buzz has died down. Whether because of the smoke, the morning wind, or the flowers, you're not sure. But you feel safe, not invincible, but protected. And more than that, you feel invited into a world where even the act of burning something becomes a conversation. Between people, between plants, between the visible and the invisible. Historians might never agree on how much effect this had on mosquito populations. But you can't argue with the experience. The flowers didn't just cover up the problem. They transformed it. They turned defense into ritual, repulsion into beauty. And as the last of the smoke rises, curling gently into the dawn sky, you breathe it in one more time. You smell the ginger, the sandalwood, the faded puakala. It lingers in your hair, your clothes, your skin. And the mosquitoes, they stay away. You're out walking again, this time following a narrow trail that winds between lava rocks and flowering shrubs. The scent of the morning smoke still clinging to your clothes. The sky is high and bright now, and the heat is rising in waves off the dark earth. Dragonflies zip past your face, and somewhere in the distance, a conch shell sounds. Maybe a call to gather, maybe just someone showing off. You pass rows of plants, their glossy green leaves shimmering in the sun, and ahead of you lies something special. It's not a grand temple or a bustling village center. It's a grove, quiet, shaded, alive. And this one isn't just for gathering plants. It's sacred. You step into the cool shadows and feel the air shift. The flowers here are different, more vibrant, more fragrant, more protected. You've entered a place where the line between the practical and the spiritual blurs completely. Because these aren't just flowers. They're kapu, sacred. And in 19th century Hawaii, when mosquitoes began to sink their teeth into the islands, even sacred plants found themselves enlisted in the defense effort. You kneel beside a patch of mokihana, the citrusy berries glossy and green. This plant, typically grown far up on the slopes of Kauai, is used in ceremonial leis for alifi, the chiefly class. But it's also one of the strongest scented plants on the islands. And that scent, as you've learned, makes mosquitoes rethink their dinner plans. You gently touch one of the leaves and feel its waxy surface, still cool with dew. The scent, even uncrushed, is strong, like lime zest and clean earth. You close your eyes and inhale. It's easy to see why it was so revered. Nearby, male vines twist through the undergrowth. Their long, leafy strands are often associated with peace, unity, and love. But they're also surprisingly potent when bruised, releasing a subtle, vanilla-like scent that lingers in the air. When worn in dense strands, male acts as both a spiritual offering and a fragrant barrier. You think of a lie made of mokihana and male, one part blessing, one part bug repellent. That's the balance Hawaiians held. No need to separate sacred from sensible. A flower could serve your soul and your skin in the same breath. Historians still argue whether these sacred plants were deliberately chosen for their mosquito-repelling qualities, or if their protective roles simply extended naturally into this new context. But you're starting to see that, here, purpose is layered. A plant doesn't have to choose between being holy and helpful. You pass a cluster of hala trees, their long, sword-like leaves rustling in the wind. Beneath them, someone has placed small woven bundles, offerings maybe, or perhaps just flower bundles left to dry. You lean closer and see they're filled with petals from puakala, pickake, and a few crushed sandalwood chips. Even here, in this quiet place of reverence, the mosquito war is being fought, gently, respectfully, beautifully. Here's a quirky tidbit. Some priests, or kahuna, were known to bless floral bundles before they were burned or worn, especially when used to protect children or elders. These weren't exorcisms or dramatic rituals, just quiet acknowledgements that even the smallest invader deserved a thoughtful response. Invoking plants' mana wasn't superstition, it was strategy. You rest beneath a koa tree, its curved branches stretching overhead like arms in prayer. The air is still, but the scent of the grove is strong, earthy, floral, a little spicy. You imagine this place at dusk, the smoke of sacred flowers curling through the trees, the chants of a family giving thanks for the land and asking for protection. Not from demons or disasters, but from mosquitoes. It's almost funny, almost, until you remember how much damage a mosquito can do. You walk back toward the trail, passing a small shrine built into the rocks. It's simple, just a few stones, some shells, and a lie half faded hanging from a branch. The lie is made of mokihana and male. You smile. Someone else knows what you know now, that protection isn't always loud. Sometimes it's a whisper in the form of a flower. And across the islands, that whisper was everywhere. You saw it in the way people chose which plants to grow near their homes, which flowers to gather for a night's rest, and which herbs to crush into their skin before a journey. It was quiet, consistent resistance. You return to the village as the sun climbs higher, and you see the same sacred plants again, woven into lice, burned in small dishes, hung over cribs, laid across mats, not as decoration, as intention. One woman greets you with a lie of mokihana and ginger. She places it around your neck with a soft smile and says, "For strength. And for peace." You nod, feeling the weight of it. Not heavy, but grounding. And again, you're reminded that in this culture, flowers weren't just tools. They were kin, allies. They had names, stories, uses that went far beyond the obvious. And when mosquitoes arrived, those stories expanded. You sit near a hail where a group of children are making small floral bundles. Some to wear, some to hang. They're laughing, passing petals back and forth, occasionally getting distracted by a beetle or a breeze. But even their play has purpose. They know which flowers to choose. Their hands move with inherited memory. You ask one of them what their bundle is for. "To keep the bad bugs away," she says simply. And with that, she runs off, lay trailing behind her like a banner. You lean back, surrounded by sacred plants, sacred laughter, and sacred intention. And you think, maybe the real power of flowers isn't just in the scent or the smoke, but in the way they teach you to meet harm with grace. The sun begins to dip again, casting long shadows across the village paths and bathing everything in that soft, golden hush that comes just before evening. You wander toward a home on the far edge of the clearing, its low roof covered in woven palm. The air smells like drying leaves, salt and something sweet, like crushed ginger blossoms and old wood. As you step closer, you hear quiet laughter, a baby's coo, and the rustle of copper cloth. You're here to explore something intimate, something not often written down. How Hawaiians in the 19th century protected themselves from mosquitoes at night. Not with nets or sprays or screens, but with flowers, soft, fragrant, and tucked carefully where dreams begin. You duck inside. It's dim, but not dark. The walls are lined with woven mats and flower bundles hung from the rafters like garlands. In the center, a mother rocks her infant in a cradle of lohala leaves. Around the baby's tiny form, you see petals, gentle, pale, and fresh. Some are tucked under the blanket. Others are scattered like blessings on the mat. The scent is strong but soothing, puekenekini, sandalwood, and a hint of mokihana. You kneel beside her, and she explains. These flowers aren't just for ceremony. They're there to keep the baby safe from bites. No incense, no buzzing coils. Just blossoms, carefully chosen, gently placed. The baby sleeps soundly, fingers curled like ferns. You glance around the room and notice more details. A dried lei looped above the doorway. A pouch stuffed with crumbled petals hanging from a bamboo beam. Even the copper cloth has been rubbed with scented oil. Probably a homemade blend from kukui nut and crushed ginger. Every detail is fragrant. Every detail is intentional. Historians still argue whether these nighttime floral methods were widely practiced or only used by certain families or villages. But evidence, both written and whispered, shows that Hawaiians took sleep seriously. And when mosquitoes interrupted that peace, they responded with flowers. You lie back on a smaller mat nearby, just to feel it. The pillow beneath your head is filled with soft leaves and blossoms. The scent rises slowly, wrapping around you like a lullaby. It's not overpowering, it's protective. You can almost imagine the mosquitoes giving up mid-dive and zipping away in confusion. Here's a quirky tidbit. Some families had floral sleep traditions that bordered on bedtime rituals. Sachets of dried pea cake and ginger were placed under pillows. Lice were laid in circles around baby cradles. Even pets, dogs, chickens, the occasional pig, were known to sleep with floral bundles tucked nearby. The goal wasn't to smother every mosquito in a 5-mile radius. It was to create a space that felt unwelcome to them. A floral force field, if you will. You sit up as the mother begins preparing fresh bundles for the night. She crushes a few mokihana berries in her fingers, releasing that sharp limey scent, and adds them to a pouch of dried male. Then she sprinkles in a few puercola petals, spiky when fresh, soft and fragrant now. She rubs the mix between her palms, then gently dusts it over the sleeping mat. You offer to help, and she hands you a bundle to hang near the rafters. You tie it carefully, letting it dangle just above where her husband will sleep. She nods approvingly. "Mosquitoes don't like the smell," she says. "But the dreams do. That sticks with you. Because here, the nighttime flower rituals aren't just about repelling insects. They're about welcoming rest. About honoring sleep as something sacred, something worth protecting with your very best blossoms." You step outside the hail, and the village is preparing for night. Fires are being lit, not just for cooking, but for smoke. You see families setting out flower bundles by their doorways. Children are rubbing flower oil on their arms and legs. giggling as the scent tickles their noses. Old women sprinkle crushed petals into the air like blessings. It's peaceful, rhythmic, and full of joy. You walk past another house and catch a glimpse of a man brushing his sleeping mat with a branch of fresh mail. He's quiet, focused, and you realize this isn't a chore, it's a gift he's giving himself. Clean air, safe sleep, a mosquito-free night wrapped in the scent of the forest. You stop at a small garden where fragrant plants are grown just for this purpose. The blossoms are picked fresh every afternoon, dried in the sun or left whole, depending on their use. Some are destined for lies, others for sachets. A few will be placed in bowls near beds, their scent slowly filling the room until morning. And it wasn't just rural families. Even in more westernized households of the time, those that had begun to adopt furniture, glass windows, cotton bedding, you'd still find flower bundles tucked discreetly in corners, hanging in closets, resting on shelves. The tradition was too useful, too effective, and honestly, too lovely to give up. You return to your own mat now, beneath a canopy of dried-to leaves and garlands of puakenakini. The air around you is quiet, save for the gentle sigh of the wind and the distant rustle of palm leaves. You close your eyes and breathe in. The scent is soft but strong, like someone whispering a lullaby in a language older than words. You don't hear any mosquitoes tonight, and maybe it's because the flowers are still working. Morning returns gently, as if it knows you slept well. The sky is soft and blue, the sun not yet too bold, and the scent of last night's flowers still lingers in the air like the echo of a dream. You stretch, sit up slowly, and brush a few petals from your copper blanket. No bites, no buzzing, just calm. You step outside into the early light, where the village is already stirring. People are beginning their day, some walking to the taro fields, others gathering firewood or rinsing gourds in the stream. And all around you, there's something blooming. Gardens. Not just any gardens, though. These aren't laid out in neat European rows. They're woven into the land itself, curving with the hills, hugging the sides of houses, hiding in the corners where shade meets sun. And they aren't just pretty, they're powerful. You walk beside one now, a small patch behind a hail where banana trees offer dappled shade over clusters of ginger, male, and kea lima. Bright orange petals peek out between wide green leaves. The air smells rich, green, and just a little spicy. It's beautiful. But this garden isn't here for decoration, it's here for defense. In 19th century Hawaii, when mosquitoes became more than just a nuisance, many families began planting what you might call guardian gardens. Collections of fragrant plants, shrubs, and flowers designed with intention. These weren't ornamental. They were functional. A kind of living barrier built to keep mosquitoes out and good sleep in. You crouch beside a row of puakenakini bushes, their star-shaped blooms already turning from pale cream to deep gold in the morning light. Their scent is strong, almost intoxicating. A perfect plant for a mosquito-repelling perimeter. You rub one between your fingers, releasing the oils, and immediately feel the shift in the air. It's like drawing a line in scent. Historians still debate whether these gardens were consciously planted to repel insects, or if the tradition emerged more organically. Literally. But there's plenty of evidence that suggests Hawaiians knew exactly what they were doing. They observed, they adapted, and they didn't waste space on plants that didn't serve multiple roles. You pass another garden, this one larger, bordering a communal cooking area. There's sandalwood growing in the corner, its trunk smooth and pale. Tuberose lines the walkway, and a patch of lemongrass sways in the breeze. A woman leans down to clip a few stalks, tying them into a small bundle with dried leaves. She sees you watching and smiles. For the doorway, she says. Keeps the bugs out. You follow her as she walks back to her hail and hangs the bundle above the entrance. The scent is sharp, lemony, clean. It cuts through the morning air like sunlight. And again, you realize, it's not just about beauty, it's about boundaries. Here's a quirky tidbit. Some families would plant specific flowers on each side of the house, depending on wind direction. Stronger scents on the windward side, where the breeze could carry the aroma. Softer, subtler plants on the leeward, to avoid overwhelming the senses indoors. A kind of floral feng shui, if you will. You walk toward a larger home now, maybe belonging to a village elder or a family with many children. The garden here is layered, almost like a tapestry. Tall ginger plants in the back, lower plumeria shrubs in the middle, and a border of male and Tayalima at the front. The smell is incredible. The mosquitoes, nowhere to be seen. You kneel by the edge of the garden and notice small flat stones placed between the plants. Not random, not just for walking. These stones hold heat from the sun, slowly releasing warmth and scent from the plants around them as the day cools. Tiny floral radiators. You smile? That's clever. Children run past you, laughing. Each of them with a flower tucked behind an ear or woven into their hair. One little boy pauses to scoop up a handful of fallen petals and tosses them into the air like confetti. They flutter down onto the garden path, catching in the leaves, adding to the scent every time a foot brushes past. You follow the winding path to another part of the village, where the gardens grow up the slope of a hill. These are wilder, more forest than field, but still intentional. You see clusters of mokihana and palapalai fern, shaded by ahaika trees. A woman points out a flower you don't recognize, delicate, with pale purple petals. Only blooms at night, she says. Strong smell. Good for near the beds. You nod, committing the name to memory. Another tool in the floral arsenal. You sit on a stone wall overlooking the village, the garden stretching in every direction like living quilts stitched into the land. Some are neat, some are wild. All of them are fragrant, functional, and full of life. And you realize something else: these gardens aren't just about mosquitoes. They're about presence, about living closely with the land, about knowing which plants bloom when, which leaves make good bundles, which petals hold their scent after dark. They're about weaving solutions into daily life so seamlessly, you forget they're even solutions at all. Historians might analyze the chemical properties of these plants, debate their effectiveness, compare them to modern repellents. But here, in this moment, you don't need data. You just need to breathe in and notice what isn't buzzing. You stand, brushing leaves from your legs, and start back toward the village. The scent of mokihana trails behind you, clinging to your skin like a soft promise. You pass more homes, more bundles, more flowers growing where they're needed most. And you think, maybe the best defense doesn't always come in a bottle. Maybe it grows. You're making your way down a shaded path now, the air thick with the midday scent of warm blossoms and sea salt. The village is quieter at this hour, everyone tucked into their tasks or sheltering from the glare of the sun. But the leaves still hang in doorways. The garden borders are still blooming, and the smoke from this morning's flower bundle still lingers faintly in the air. Today, you're heading somewhere special. Not just another home or another garden, but a place where the scent of flowers was woven into power itself. The royal compounds of the Hawaiian alikai. Because yes, even chiefs got bitten. You step through an arched grove of hala trees and into a wide open space. Houses here are larger, posts carved with intricate motifs, the thatching neater, more tightly woven. There's a sense of hush and formality, but not distance, just reverence. And in every corner, flowers. You're immediately struck by the smell. It's not overwhelming, but it's layered. Lies of male and mokihana hang from polished spears. Garlands of pue kenekini lie coiled in wooden bowls. A basin nearby is filled with water and floating blossoms. Peacake, tuberose, plumeria, each chosen not just for looks, but for their scent. And that scent is strategic. The Alike Hawaii's royal class were known for their love of fragrance. Perfumed oils, flower baths, leaves worn in cascading layers. It was all part of the regal presence. But during the mosquito boom of the 19th century, those same luxuries doubled as clever forms of protection. You walk into a hale where two attendants are preparing lice for the afternoon. They're not rushing. They're layering scent. Peacake first, then sandalwood, then the sharper notes of mokihana. One turns to you and says, "This one's for the chief's sleeping platform. He doesn't like to be bitten in his dreams." Affair? You smile, and she goes back to work, twisting the strands into a thick double lay, each flower placed with deliberate care. It's beautiful, but it's also functional. That lay will hang near the chief's bed, its oils and fragrance forming an invisible barrier against the night's hungry visitors. Here's a quirky tidbit. Alai compounds often had designated scent keepers, attendants whose job was to tend to fragrant plants, prepare oils, mix floral bundles, and ensure that every spacer and every royal limb smelled like manna and authority, and conveniently, not mosquito bait. You enter another structure, cooler, darker, filled with the scent of sandalwood. A young man is grinding kukui nuts and ginger root with a stone pestle, mixing it with coconut oil. He dips a finger in the blend and dabs it behind his ears. "Aliki don't like the buzzing," he says with a shrug. You glance around and notice bundles of crushed leaves tucked into wall crevices, beneath mats, even near the corners of decorative carvings. Not hidden, exactly, just placed. Quietly doing their job. Historians still argue whether these royal compounds used floral repellents out of necessity or simply continued existing traditions with added purpose. But the result was clear. Even in the most elevated spaces, mosquitoes were not welcome, and flowers, always central to Hawaiian identity, became allies in preserving not just beauty, but comfort and dignity. You step outside again and follow a path that winds through lush shade, where a royal bathhouse sits beside a natural spring. The pool is rimmed with blossoms, floating lazily in the water. It looks dreamy, idyllic, but this isn't just for show. Flower baths were part of daily cleansing rituals for the alikai. Pikaik, karawapuhi, shampoo, ginger, tuberose and sandalwood were steeped in water, releasing oils that lingered on skin and hair. When you stepped out of the bath, you didn't just smell wonderful, you were far less appealing to mosquitoes. You sit beside the spring and dip your fingers in. The water is cool, the surface shimmering with petals. It's a bath and a barrier both. You begin to see how every detail of a lakey life, already steeped in scent and ceremony, also served a practical purpose. The leis weren't just for appearances. The floral oils weren't just vanity. The flower gardens weren't just for strolling. It was all integrated. Protection, but with elegance. You pass a guard now, standing near the outer wall of the compound. He's wearing a lai of mail and mokihana, and a pouch of dried ginger tied to his belt. His eyes never leave the path, but you notice him lift the pouch and sniff it once. Casually, like someone checking their armor. You nod. He doesn't smile. But you understand each other. Even the powerful have to swat sometimes. But thanks to flowers, maybe a little less. You wander back toward the village, the scent of the royal compound still lingering on your skin. You pass through the same gardens as before, but now you see them with sharper eyes. You notice the layering of scent, the placement of blooms, the strategy beneath the softness. Because whether you were a family in a small hale or a chief on a raised platform, the goal was the same: sleep in peace, wake unbitten, and carry the scent of resilience wherever you go. And if that scent just happened to make you smell like paradise, even better. You're walking now through the outskirts of the village, where the forest begins to thin and the hills roll gently toward the coast. The sky is overcast, the kind of grey that makes every colour pop. The deep green of the Thai leaves, the orange bursts of puercala, the creamy white of plumeria blooms drifting down slowly from their branches. You pause as one lands at your feet, perfectly intact, fragrant even in the damp air. It's peaceful here. But the quiet hides a turning point. Because you're not the only one dealing with mosquitoes anymore. The foreign doctors have arrived. You hear them before you see them. Western boots on stone paths, voices speaking English with clipped, clinical tones. A group of them stands near a thatched meeting house, talking around a large wooden crate filled with equipment, glass vials, cloth bandages, steel instruments, and something new, mosquito netting. This is where tradition meets science, and it's not always a gentle meeting. In the mid-1800s, as more missionaries, traders, and government officials arrived from Europe and America, they brought not just their religion and tools, but also their medicine. They looked at Hawaiian flower rituals, smoke bundles, and fragrant lies and saw superstition. Charming maybe, but unscientific. You approach the group and listen as one doctor explains to a local alikai that stagnant water must be drained, that mosquitoes breed in it, and that nets are necessary to sleep safely. He gestures to a folded square of mesh, white and fine like lace. The aliki nods politely but doesn't move to take it. You glance toward his home and see the familiar bundles hanging from the rafters. Mokihana, mail, sandalwood. The scent of picake still lingers in the air. The alike hasn't abandoned the flowers, he's just listening. Historians still argue whether Western medicine improved or disrupted mosquito control in Hawaii. On one hand, it brought awareness of breeding grounds, introduced new repellents, and eventually, insecticides. On the other hand, it often dismissed centuries of local knowledge as myth. But the people, they adapted. You pass a hale where a woman hangs a mosquito net over her sleeping mat, but beneath it, she places a lie of puerkenakini. On the rafters above, dried ginger still hangs. She's using both, the science and the scent. Here's a quirky tidbit. Some families used the new, medicinal oils, brought by missionaries, like camphor or eucalyptus, but blended them with local flower oils to mask the harsh smell. Imagine rubbing pungent colonial ointment on your skin, and then layering it with fresh tuberose to feel more like yourself again. You continue along the path and find a small gathering near the schoolhouse. Children sitting cross-legged on mats, a visiting doctor holding up a drawing of a mosquito. He's explaining how they carry disease, malaria, dengue, yellow fever, words that feel heavy, foreign, and frightening. The children listen, eyes wide. One girl raises her hand and asks, "But do they still hate mokihaina berries?" The doctor blinks. "What?" She repeats herself, holding up a small pouch of crushed berries tied around her neck. "They don't bite me when I wear this." The doctor stares, then chuckles. "I'm not sure there's evidence for that," he says. But you can see the other children nodding. They know. Their parents know. And while they'll learn the science, they won't unlearn the flowers. You turn toward the forest, where an older woman is gathering puakola near a stream. She glances at the schoolhouse, raises an eyebrow, and shakes her head. "They think we need to be saved," she says softly. "But we already figured out how to sleep." You help her gather petals, placing them gently into a woven basket. She tells you how her grandmother used to crush the flowers into a paste, rub it into copper cloth, and wrap it around her arms before bed. "No biting," she says. "Just dreams." And here's the truth for many Hawaiians. The arrival of Western medicine didn't erase old methods. It layered over them. Some people switched completely to the new. Others blended both. A few rejected the foreign ways altogether. But the flowers never disappeared. You walk past a missionary house now, a large wooden structure with glass windows and a garden planted with roses and lavender. Inside, you see mosquito nets over beds and bottles of oil on the shelves. Outside, a lie of mokihaina hangs on the door. Even the newcomers were learning. You stop near a grove where a group of Hawaiian women are teaching younger girls how to make lipo, flower crowns. They work with intention, choosing blossoms not just for beauty, but for scent. One girl asks why they don't just buy the new repellents from the trader. An elder replies, "Because the flowers still listen." That phrase lingers in your ears as you walk back toward the village. The flowers still listen. Even as the landscape changes, even as science marches in with its glass bottles and Latin names, the flowers keep blooming. The people keep weaving. And the mosquitoes, they still bite, but maybe a little less. When the right petals are near, you pass a home where a mother is rubbing eucalyptus oil on her child's feet. "Gifted by a doctor," she says, but tucking picake blossoms into the folds of his blanket at the same time. Old and new, side by side. You sit beneath a plumeria tree and close your eyes. The air smells like memory and medicine, like sandalwood and something sterile. It's not a war, it's a conversation. And the flowers, they haven't said their last word. The sun is high again, casting sharp shadows beneath the palms as you walk along a dusty footpath that winds toward the old government compound. You hear the low murmur of voices, the creak of wooden doors, and the scratch of quills on parchment. Things are changing. The island, once ruled by chants and kopu, is now echoing with the cadence of law, policy, and something new, public health. Yes, this is where the petals meet politics. You pass a row of stone buildings, newer, colonial in design, with glass windows and iron hinges. A small group of men stands outside in heated discussion, gesturing toward maps and pointing at lists. One of them holds up a hand-drawn chart showing the spread of illness, fever here, swelling there. Mosquito-borne diseases have begun to leave their mark, and suddenly, those tiny wings are a matter of state. You pause beside a wall, listening as one man insists on draining standing water near the loke, taro patches that have fed generations. Another argues that the water is sacred, tied to the gods, the ancestors, the land. A third suggests burning more herbs. A fourth scoffs, "We need chemicals, not flowers." And there it is, the tension. Because in the late 19th century, Hawaii's people weren't just fighting mosquitoes, they were fighting for control of their own bodies, their traditions, and their ways of life. And flowers, simple, beautiful, fragrant, were at the very center of that fight. Historians still argue whether flower-based mosquito control was formally integrated into public health policy. Official records lean toward Western solutions, imported medicines, new drainage systems, mosquito nets distributed by the crown. But the people, they hadn't forgotten their petals. You walk through a village where a new school has been built. The students recite English alphabets in neat rows. But outside, the same old lies hang in doorways. The same crushed ginger is rubbed on wrists. You pass a child with a mokihaina berry necklace swinging from her neck. even as she carries a book of science in her arms. Because here's the thing, floral wisdom wasn't erased. It was braided, twisted into the new world like a lee itself. Practical. Political. You stop by a small hale where a midwife is preparing a mixture for a young woman about to give birth. She uses eucalyptus, gifted by a missionary doctor. But she also adds poicola, and wraps the woman's wrists in mail. Not just for scent, for strength, for protection, for tradition. Here's a quirky tidbit during a dengue outbreak in the late 1800s. Some villages held community burning ceremonies, combining both imported and native plants, under the guidance of kahuna lalapa-o, traditional healers. These weren't just health events, they were acts of resistance, a way of saying, we see your science, and we raise you our stories. You sit beside a group of elders who remember that time. One of them, eyes cloudy with age but voice clear as a bell, says, they told us to cut the flowers, to drain the ponds. We said, we'll plant more, and they did. More fragrant shrubs, more flower bundles hung in homes. More education for the younger generation. Not just about germs and bites, but about which petals to pick, which oils to crush, which flowers to wear when the wind comes from the east. You walk through a neighborhood where the new and the old sit side by side. A government bulletin board warns of rising cases of fever. Beneath it, someone has pinned a freshly made lie. You pass a courthouse where an ally speaks in both Hawaiian and English, arguing for the preservation of loki despite the risk of mosquito breeding. If we lose our water, he says, we lose our food. If we lose our flowers, we lose our identity. And that's the heart of it. The floral fight against mosquitoes wasn't just about comfort. It was about autonomy. In a time when foreign policies were reshaping the islands, when governments were declaring what was clean and what was primitive, flowers became quiet symbols of resistance. You sit with a school teacher who tells you how she teaches both the biology of mosquitoes and the botany of the plants that keep them away. She has charts with mosquito life cycles and sachets of crushed pea cake for the students to take home. She shrugs. You have to speak both languages, science and scent. And isn't that the most Hawaiian thing of all? You walk once more past a garden blooming behind a government building. It's overgrown in places, wild and fragrant. You recognize mokihana male, ginger, sandalwood. Someone planted this on purpose, you think. A quiet protest, a reminder. You reach down and pluck a single flower, puakanakeni, golden and soft. You tuck it behind your ear and breathe in. Sweet, strong, familiar. It smells like legacy. And though the buildings around you may rise in stone and policy, the flowers keep blooming, keep repelling, keep speaking. Because no matter how many official memos were printed, no matter how many nets were passed out, the people remembered the flowers came first. Rain begins to fall, not a storm, just a gentle mist. The kind that kisses the tops of leaves and makes the air smell like green. You walk slowly through the village, where the scent of damp earth and crushed petals rises all around you. The lie around your neck has faded to a soft brown, its fragrance a memory now, but you don't take it off. It still holds something. And yet, something else is in the air too. A quiet sense of change. You pass homes where flower bundles once hung thick from every doorway, now fewer in number. A few have been replaced by thin cloth screens, tied carefully to bamboo rods. There are still gardens, but some have been cleared for new structures. Trading posts, storehouses, little houses with iron stoves and glass windows that keep the bugs out without needing blossoms. You duck under a low awning where an old woman sits weaving a lei, not for defense, but for a funeral. She looks up at you and smiles, though her eyes are tired. She tells you that she still makes flower bundles every night, just like her grandmother did. But the young ones, they'd rather buy a can of spray from the shop in town. You nod, and she shrugs. It's faster, I suppose, but not as sweet. That's the shift you're starting to feel. The flowers aren't gone, but they're fading, not in bloom but in purpose. By the turn of the 20th century, imported products flooded the islands. Mosquito coils, citronella candles, chemical sprays, and, eventually, electric bug zappers. These things were marketed as modern, scientific, powerful, and they were. In many ways, they worked faster than flower oils, longer than dried garlands, and didn't require daily gathering or weaving. Historians still debate whether this was progress or loss. Did new tools free people from daily mosquito battles? Or did they erode something deeper? An intimacy with land, a rhythm of ritual, a sense of fragrant identity? You walk past a store where cans of repellent line a wooden shelf. The label shows a cartoon mosquito with a red X through it. Very efficient. Very bold. You glance around and notice that no one in sight is wearing a lee. No flower bundles on doorways. No smoke curling from petal fires. You keep walking. At the edge of the village, a woman is tending a garden filled with ginger and puer kenekini. You pause, hopeful, but she shakes her head. Just for looks, she says. Not like before. She tells you how her mother used to rub sandalwood on her arms, how her grandmother would hang dried mokihana in every corner of the hail. Now we have screens. Air conditioning. It's different. You sit with her for a while, watching the rain bead on the petals. The scent is still there, still strong, still beautiful. But there's a layer of silence beneath it, like a song half remembered. Here's a quirky tidbit in the early 20th century. Some tourists reported that Hawaiian hosts would still prepare floral sachets for their guests, not because they believed in their repellent power, but because it was expected. Tradition lingering like mist, even as its purpose was diluted. The flower rituals became more symbolic. Lei making was taught in schools. Flower gardens were maintained for hula performances. Scented oils were sold as souvenirs, but the daily use of flowers as mosquito shields, less and less. You walk through a field where wild ginger grows in small clumps. No one seems to harvest it anymore. The petals fall to the ground, unnoticed. You pick one up and roll it between your fingers. The smell is still there, but the urgency is gone. You visit a small museum, where a display case holds a lei made of dried mokihana. The plaque explains its cultural significance, its fragrance, and, briefly, its use as a mosquito deterrent. It's behind glass now, preserved, admired, but no longer used. You sit on a bench nearby, watching tourists wander through. They read, nod, take photos. But you wonder if they can smell the story, if they know that once. Flowers weren't just for beauty or ceremony. They were survival. You close your eyes and imagine the old ways, the smoke rising from a bundle of sandalwood and ginger. The soft crush of petals beneath your head as you sleep. The mother laying flowers across her baby's blanket. The alakai hanging lies beside their sleeping mats. The old woman weaving not for show, but for safety, and now, the flowers still grow. But they bloom for memory. You rise and walk back toward the village. The rain has stopped, and the air smells clean. A child runs past you, holding a plastic spray bottle. She stops, looks back and smiles. You smile too. It's not wrong. It's just new. But part of you can't help wishing she had a flower behind her ear. Because even though the petals may fade, and even though the old ways may quiet, the scent still lingers in the wind. It's late afternoon now, and the sky is turning that soft golden color again, like it does when the day is starting to let go. You're walking slowly through the village, past old stone walls and newer wooden houses, past gardens half wild and half tended, and past doorways where flowers once hung thick and fragrant. There's a breeze coming in off the ocean, and even though things have changed, it still carries something familiar. You pause under a plumeria tree, its blossoms scattered like fallen stars across the path. A single flower lands near your foot, creamy white, edged in yellow, and still fragrant despite the dust. You pick it up, hold it to your nose, and breathe in. It smells like memory. Because even now, even after the sprays and the screens and the science, some people still reach for flowers. You step into a backyard where an older man is tending a small garden. It's not big. Just a few ginger plants, a row of pea cake, a cluster of puekala near the fence. He looks up and waves you over. I don't like the smell of the modern stuff, he says, gesturing toward a plastic bottle tucked behind his fence. Gives me a headache. So instead, he crushes ginger root with kukui oil, rubs it on his arms. He strings together poi kenekini when the trade winds pick up. At night, he hangs dried mokihana above his bed. The mosquitoes still come, he says, but less, and I sleep better. You smile. He's not holding on to the past. He's just choosing what still works. You walk with him through the garden, and he names each plant like their old friends: male, toelima, sandalwood. He tells you how his grandmother used to make flower sachets and tuck them into his blanket when he was a child. Sometimes I still do that, he says. For the scent. For the dreams. Historians might call this cultural preservation, but he just calls it living. You visit a hula halau next, a school where students are learning chants and dances, and where the teacher insists on using real flowers for adornment, not plastic, she says firmly. The scent is part of the story. She shows you the bundles they hang near the doors during the rainy season, woven with tea, cake, and sandalwood. Not because they have to, because they choose to. She smiles. The flowers remember for us. Here's a quirky tidbit: some modern Hawaiian homes still hang flower bundles in their doorways, not for bugs, but for blessing. But every now and then, someone will say, "It also helps with the mosquitoes," and smile like it's a secret. You walk through another village, smaller and quieter, where someone has started a community garden filled with native and fragrant plants. There's a sign that reads, "Himopua no Kanohona." These flowers are for living. Kids run between the rows, some with flowers behind their ears, some with dirt on their knees. You count at least 5 types of blooms you recognize from everything you've learned. And just like that, you realize the tradition isn't gone. It's just grown roots in new soil. Not everyone wears lice for defense anymore. Not every house smells like mokihana and ginger. But the knowledge is still there. It lives in the stories, in the gardens, in the scent trails on a warm breeze. It lives in the hands of the people who still pick flowers not just for ceremony, but for comfort, for care, for continuity. You sit beneath a tree and watch the clouds drift. A young boy walks past you with a lie around his neck. You ask if it's for a performance. He shakes his head. "No, there's a lot of bugs today. Grandma said this would help." You smile. The flowers are still working. And somewhere, way back in the 1800s, a mother is rubbing sandalwood oil on her child. A chief is hanging a lei near his sleeping mat. A farmer is burning ginger leaves at dusk. A whole people are responding to a threat not with panic, but with petals. Because when the mosquitoes came, Hawaiians didn't just endure. They adapted. They listened to the land. They reached for what bloomed. And they turned fragrance into shield, ritual into defense, beauty into survival. And even now, in a world of electric zappers and citronella coils, flowers are still whispering their old wisdom. You just have to stop and smell them.